Hello, everybody, and yeah, we're back after the night stint. Well, I'm going to call it the night's sleep for me. I've heard it's been a rough night. First of all, just want to apologise for the stream not showing up the whole night, and that's mainly because my computer crashed before the server went down. So oh god. At the moment, it does seem like we've got our usual candidates at the front, with the MATOcolori car and the LARP SimRacing still at the front. I've got no idea what has happened, who's on what pit stop, who's doing what basically at the moment, so probably going to take an hour or two for me to sort that out. However, on the plus side, it's now light, so we don't have to worry about the headlights and not being able to see the cars. How is everybody this morning then? I hope you've all done well throughout the night. So the gap at the front does seem to be closing, with Chris Shepherd being 2 tenths faster last lap than the number 44 LARP. Just realised we then have the turbo LARP there, that's just in front of number 44 is actually P3. Huh. So they've managed to get their way up the field. And we have Stefano Cavacuti with Kasuba Kiss in P4. It's actually just a few seconds behind, so this could be a decent battle here for P3. Yeah, it does seem like the grid is a little bit mixed up. I've just noticed both wave-framed cars are very far down the order, which is, I guess, unfortunate for them. Obviously, that those two were running first and third at some point during the race and took up 2 spots on the podium, so it's going to be interesting. Yeah. Oh, safe to say I haven't quite woken up yet. I literally got out of bed, checked the stream, and realised it was just a black screen, and yeah, and sorted that out. So, what I believe happened, looking at the timestamps in Discord when Gunther posted about the red flag, is that my game crashed actually before the red flag happened. So yeah, and that's what happened, I think. Yeah. Does seem like at the moment Mark Hutchinson is getting a tow from his teammate. They were 4 tenths faster in the first sector. And I think his teammate at the moment, yeah, his teammate's running faster lap times than Hutchinson and Shepherd that last lap. To be fair, down here we got a decent scrap for a P29 with the Just Racing car trying to get closer to Adam State in the 117 IDOS. So there is still fights going up and down the field, like we saw pre-red flag and pre-me being sleepy. So it's one of the vermin cars there, looking to get past the TX3 car. I think that's to unlap themselves as Turbo Lark make their way into the pits. Are they off sync or? I believe, yeah, they should come out in the P5 area. They are leaving their pit box now. That was a normal time pit stop, and no driver change happened. So now it's time to see when everybody else comes in, because are they off sync or are they actually? I don't know. Are they just pitting a little bit early? Liam, I'm sure that will have to be arranged. I'm going to be honest. Anyway, last lap. That is Chris Shepherd was a 10th faster. Mark Hutchinson, so the gap is slowly coming down. Yeah, I'm down to do it tomorrow. However, as continues from yesterday, both of these two are just going hammer and tong, and there's barely anything between them, pace-wise. Oh. But we still have the usual names out front, it seems. Just seems like we've got rid of the wayframe cars, so that's unfortunate for them. And we've still got the likes of Black Hawk, the Turbo Lark team, Unison, and the Pescara Edenis ATP team all fighting for that final podium position, it seems. So anything can happen. We're still 6 hours into the left of the race, so let's wait and see. Everyone is sort of just all holding station at the moment. Does seem like the Turbo Lark car was a little bit out of sync to everybody else pit stop wise, so maybe this is the true positions with them in P4 behind the Black Hawk car in P3. Just having a look at the times here. It doesn't seem like Harris Pervez, with the new tyres only recently stopped, is going much faster than Kaseba Kiss in P3. So we could have a very good fight between the Blackhawk car and the Turbo LARP car for the final podium position. You see Stefano just getting stuck behind a small bit of traffic, obviously. That's just something that's been happening all race, but let's hope this Idols car just pulls out the way like they should. And yeah, they do. So behind it, looks like we've actually got the Blackhawk car in the pits. So I do believe that Harris Pervez will take that provisional P3 spot, I believe, as Stefano Cavacuti is currently holding that. Keep an eye. So Harris Pervez, yeah, he is going to take the lead. Wow, I say the lead over Kaseba Kiss and the 81 Blackhawk car, sorry. As there is a new driver, Alex Brotigan, is now in the car for the 81 Blackhawk. What is the gap between them? So this gap is showing me roughly around 9 seconds between them now that Alex Brotigan has got up to speed. So will he be able to close that down during this stint? It does seem like the Turbo LARP is possibly off sync with everybody else, but we will have to see. And then when did the leaders come in? Hutchinson stays out. Let's keep an eye on Chris Shepherd. And Chris Shepherd also stays out. So does Stefano Cavacuti stay out as well? Yep. So at the moment it seems like this is how it is. I'm not sure how it's going to play out with pit stops at the end. Okay, so the Monaco car is off sync then to the LARP sim racing car by about 12 laps, so half a stint roughly. Right, okay, interesting. We may be getting joined by Alex Tunbridge, so I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see whether he comes in or not. As the number 22 Asombic car comes into the pits, Juan Carlos Fernandez leaves the pit lane after a 60-second stop, so everything all to plan there. So apparently the 888 is having a few pit stop issues where their car isn't being serviced, which is interesting. At the moment they're just sat in the pit lane. Engine off. Interesting. As they go back to the pit, so not sure what's going on there, as the LARP sim racing team is in the pits with Mark Hutchinson at the wheel. Will we see a driver change? Guess we'll have to wait until the end of the stop. Alex Brotigan has been on a charge. He was 1.1 seconds faster than Harris Pervez coming in the second sector, so he is hunting down that Turbo LARP car on those fresher tyres. So Mark Hutchinson stays at the wheel of the number 44 LARP car, as there is their teammate there, the 404. And the 404 doesn't want to be getting held up too much because Alex Brotium is on his way. There's now just 6.2 seconds between them. Another gap to look out for is Michael Wozniak behind the 22 Asombit car. Alex Brotigan last lap was a second faster than Harris Pervez in the 404 Turbo LARP, so he's gaining, and I believe, I'm not really too sure to be honest how it's going to play out at the end. I think these right now are the positions, depending on the LARP car, the 44, because if they can take it to an hour, then these are the position. Well, the top two may possibly be swapped, we don't know, but for the P3 these could possibly be the positions that we have right now. Is that the Turbo LARP in the pit again? So Harris Pervez is back in the pit. Only recently pitted, maybe like between 5 and 10 laps. So are they looking for a driver change, or is that a full service? They forget to fill it up. Keep an eye. So far it seems to be a full service. Is there? Oh, so they're taking tyres. They had a stop and go. Right, okay. So this is their actual pit stop. And that was a penalty? No, I'm pretty sure. Was it a 60-second stop and go? Oh, yeah, it was. Okay. So Alex Brotigan takes P4 then. As they've made a driver change, it seems. Tom van Egmond is back in the car, and they're going to come out behind the 717 Unison Racing. As the Spa-Francorchamps is in for the Pescara Edenis team. Will they be driver swapping though? That's the key question. They're taking tyres. And we know that our leader, Chris Shepherd, still has, I think, around 11 laps now left of his stint. Thanks to the small tip from Nico Barkley. Obviously, MATOcolori number 19 driver. Is there anything going on down the field? Battle-wise, doesn't seem to be at the moment. We still have 31 cars running. 30 cars running, because the 666 Wayframe is in the garage. That's a shame from them. Obviously, they qualified P2. And we're looking really strong at the start of the race, but not really sure what happened to the Wayframe guys just before I went to bed. They were like slowly dropping back from everybody else, so it's a shame for them, as Spa-Francorchamps stays in the car and leaves the pit lane roughly around 18 seconds behind P3 at the moment, sorry, the number 81 Black Hawk. So this is the fight for the final podium position, and really best of the rest, it seems, as the two leaders have just been on a different level so far this race, with a lap and a bit gap between P2 of Mark Hutchinson and Alex Brotigham. So currently, it does seem like Mark Hutchinson is he was 1.6 seconds faster last lap than Chris Shepherd. But we do sort of expect this due to the newer tyres, so it's going to be interesting. I think the gap's going to increase, because it was around the 14-second mark. I think it's going to be around the 20-second mark when the number 19 MATOcolori car comes into the pits for their service. Could be a little bit more by that time. All depends on how much of a drop-off Mark Hutchinson has on his fresher tyres. So that looks like the Evolution car who's in the pits. Pascal Smith at the wheel. Obviously these guys were running at the front at the start of the race, and like the Wayframe, they just couldn't stick with Chris Shepherd. Well, with the 19 MATOcolori and the 44 LARP, who just seemed to have the most well-rounded driver lineups really for this race. So Tom van Egmond on these new tyres does seem to be putting on a charge. He was 1.2 seconds faster than the 717 through Sector 2 that last lap, so something to keep in mind as the battle for third and the final podium position is not over yet between these four cars. It seems like the 404 is going to try and pass our current race leader. Obviously, we've seen this between the Turbo LARP car and the MATOcolori car. They've sort of been it's always been there with them, just to just to annoy them throughout the race and maybe lose a little bit of time to the 44, but it does seem like he's going for the move up the inside into the chicane, and yeah, he's made the move stick. However, that's still going to cost Chris Shepherd a small bit of time, but he's now on the charge for the 717 Unison Racing of Jaroslav Krostelev. He was 1.3 seconds faster last lap than Jaroslav, so as you can see, that LARP car there is on its way for P5. The gap at the front is also coming down. Well, I say the gap at the front of this battle, as that's Alex Brotigam is 1.7 seconds faster and slower. Sorry, than Stefano Cavacuti, who is looking for that P3 and that final podium position. This is going to be a very interesting final 6 hours as we see actually what happens with the battle at the front and also the battle for P3. 4 cars in contention for that final podium spot, and it's going to be a decent fight, I think. Once again, that last lap, Mark Hutchinson was 1.5 seconds faster than Chris Shepherd. He was actually getting a little bit of a tow from the 404 Turbo LARP car, which could help him in the long run, so I guess we'll have to see. Maybe just save a little bit of fuel and also get that speed benefit on the runs into Blanchemont and also along the Kemmel Straight. As they are now on lap 450 with 6 hours still to go. So Tom Van Egmond now can see that Unison car just ahead of him. Only 3.1 seconds between them now. So he's definitely put the hammer down. He was so much faster last lap. Another 1.1 seconds taken out of their lead. Another 1.2 seconds taken out by Stefano Cavacuti in that battle for P3. at the front once again is coming down. 16.2 last lap from Mark Hutchinson and 16.6 from Chris Shepherd, so they're still pretty close. Hutchinson's managed to get the gap down from 58 to 53 as the Unison racing car comes into the pits. That's a shame. See, now everybody is just sort of pretty spread out, and there's not really too much between them. I know there is a lot between them, to be fair. As the Unison racing car comes out of the pits, and it's still Jurislav Krust Alev in that car, currently out in P6. Over ahead of them we have Stefano Cavacuti, who is he was 1 second faster than Alex Brotigam last lap. It's going to be interesting. How long will it take him to close, or even will he be able to close? Which currently it's looking like he will. That's the Unison car there, just ahead of Stefano Cavacuti. The 717, I believe that's just come out the pits. So then it does seem that the number 19 Monaco car is unable to gain as much time back onto the LARP SimRacing car than what they did. It's currently at 21 seconds between them. It was down at 14 before the LARP pitted, so they've somewhere lost a lot of time. Those 7 seconds could be crucial. Currently, it does seem like Mark Hutchinson is actually pulling away from the number 19 Chris Shepherd, which is not something we expected. However, I do expect them in very soon, so they are running pretty low fuel. We could see a driver change as well for that LARP car. So it's still 22 seconds between Mark Hutchinson and Chris Shepherd. Will the Monaco car be able to close in that time before the end of the race? Or will the LARP SimRacing team be able to extend their fuel stints to be able to take it that far? To make it to the end of the race without having to do an extra pit stop? Lap, Chris Shepherd set to 16.6 then. I mean, Mark Hutchinson, sorry, sets to 16.6. As Chris Shepherd come through the bus stop. He's lapped the Black Hawk car. So that's only 2.6 seconds now between P3 and P4. So Chris Shepherd comes across the line for 16.8 as the Black Hawk comes into the pits. So we won't be seeing that battle. So the Black Hawk comes into the pits and Stefano Cavacuti continues on as expected. They pitted, I don't think it was much, I think it was around the same time as the Monaco car pitted, so they've still got about half a tank of fuel left. And then we need to keep an eye on Alex Brotingham's times. Last lap for Stefano Cavacuti was a 16.7, so running around the same pace as the leaders. However, Alex Brotingham on those fresh tyres is going to be very fast indeed, so it's going to be interesting. We'll probably see the undercut come into play as well, as we see Tom Van Egmond behind Alex Brotingham. So he's jumped the 404 LARP car in the pit lane, because they were pretty close last stint when they pitted. It's the Evolution car up ahead that just gets out the way of our P4 driver. Who is driving that Evolution car at the moment? That's Jonas Giesler. Over the gap at the front, Chris Shepherd gaining 2 tenths last lap. They now come towards the second sector split for Mark Hutchinson. As Mark Hutchinson comes to the pit lane. Mark Hutchinson in the pit as the number 19 Monaco regains the lead. See, this is expecting as the Monaco is a little bit off sync, but it does seem like the LARP car has been able to get it very close to the hour. Just one code 80 could make the difference between LARP having to do an extra pit stop or not. The gap at the front is, it's actually Peter Schultz now in the car for the LARP team. So 59.9 second gap now between the guys at the front. Obviously, we do know that the Monaco car still has the pit. However, what is crucial is that at the end of the race, the Monaco car is going to have a shorter pit stop by taking less fuel, and there could possibly be an extra pit stop for the LARP team. So it's still very close between these two, as it has been for the full race. Really, it's been hammer and tong between the two. They both got caught out by a unlucky code 80 at the start, which brought the Wayframes back into contention. They have now dropped back down the grid due to, I'm guessing, various issues. I'm not too sure. The 666 has retired. There goes Peter Schultz lapping the Just Racing team. So now heads towards the Camel Straight. Yellow in sector 3. I believe that's just the turbo LARP car coming into the pits. So they are pitting just after the hour. So I think the turbo LARP car should be alright to not have to do that extra pit stop at the end. So I do believe right now, as it stands, they are P5, but possibly just a little bit too far back from the Black Hawk and the Pescara Edenis ATP car, who now comes into the pits. Let's have a look then. Where does this car come out compared to the 81 Black Hawk? It was a 2-second difference when the Black Hawk pitted, so, and I do expect that to be a little bit bigger because of the fresh tyres, and Alex Brotingham has been putting the pedal to the metal really and pushing massively, and has been sending some very quick times indeed. So do expect that to be a little bit bigger. How big? I guess we're about to find out as we see him coming through the Stavalos now over the sector 2 split time. And we see Stefano Cavacuti go up on his jack for a change of tyres. Him coming round Blanchimont now towards bus stop chicane. I believe the Pescara team still has 20 seconds left in the pit box, so no, the box is right next to the pit exit. So Alex Brotingham is going to easily have the P3 position here, as the Pescara Edenis team still hasn't left the pit box. There they go. So this is going to be a huge lead. So it's now at 8 seconds. So the Black Hawk car has gained 6 seconds doing the undercut there. And now it's Stefano Cavacuti's time. He's on the fresh tyres, so he's got clear track ahead of him as well, it seems. Not too much traffic. I don't think there is any between the two cars actually. Alex Brotingham has got a bit of traffic in front of him with the H2O Namco and the 777 IDOS car, it seems. Now going to go side by side. He's sent on the 777. Now just ahead of him, the 99 of Dan Hutt in the H2O Namco. Stefano in all of this just has clean track ahead of him. And this could be the best time for him to gain. As Alex Brotingham still is yet to pass the 99 H2O Namco car. Maybe that car's just come out the pits and he's got a bit better pace at this moment in time. There's Dan Hutt. Let's have a look at the middle sector splits then. So Stefano Cavacchiuti was half a second faster in the middle sector. However, with that toe that Alex Brotingham's getting from the H2O Namico BMW ahead, they've managed to match sector 3 times, so the gap is now 7 seconds between the two. This is going to be the first full lap of Stefano Cavacchiuti's stint. Just got one car between him and the third place, as Alex Brotingham still hasn't got close enough to pass the H2O Namico. I don't think at this stage he needs to let him go because he's just not close enough. There we go, there goes the H2O Namico car, so it did take him a little bit to catch up, but now that he has, it's now 6.6 seconds between the two of them. So Cavacchiuti is on a charge, looking for that final podium position. Someone else who is on a charge is Peter Schultz, who was a second faster than Chris Shepherd that last lap. So Cavacchiuti goes up the inside of the second Stavolo to overtake the Eidos car. Let's have a look then. What sort of time is Alex Brotingham going to set as he comes around Blanchimont? Still got that Namico car behind him. Hasn't been able to pull away yet from them. So he comes towards the line. And Brotingham sets a 2:16.6. So we wait for Stefano Cavacchiuti to cross the line. And that's a 15.9 for him. So that's 0.6 of a second. So if he keeps this up, that's 10 laps. And he can be on the back. Alex Brotingham still got that H2O Namico car of Dan Hart right on his rear wing. It's pulled away a little bit, but he's still there in the toe. Let's have a look down the grid. Is there any sort of close-ish battles? It doesn't look like it. Looks like everybody's pretty spread out, and the battle at the front is possibly the most entertaining at the moment. Peter Schultz once again. Let's just check the lap time. So he was only 0.3 faster that last lap. However, Stefano Cavacchiuti has been on fire with a 15.5 that last lap, 2.2 seconds faster. So I believe that Black Hawk has been having some issues with the 99 H2N Nameco. There's also the 27 Audi there in the background. That's sort of been a quiet car this race. Well, it's not quiet at all. But, you know, we haven't really seen much of it at all. As it goes down the inside of both the Black Hawk and the Nameco car, can't quite make the corner. All this is doing is losing time for the Black Hawk car and allowing the Pescara Edenis ATP car to catch up. Look, it's only there. The gap's down to 2.7 seconds now. And is the Audi going to move out the way for our P4 driver? He's getting flashed, but he doesn't seem to be moving. There he goes. Now he moves to the outside and allows Stefano Caviacuti the racing line into the next chicane. So now just 2 seconds is the gap between P4 and P3, and we have the 99 H2O Nameco car in the middle of them. Just not quite close enough to get any sort of tow from the two cars in front, but it's not stopping him from gaining on them. How much time he gained there in the braking zone. It's now 1.7 seconds. As Alex Brotium actually got a cut track that last lap, so I can't compare the lap times. But I think you can visibly see that they are a lot closer. This 99 H2O Nameco car does need to get out of the middle of them though, and there he does. Stefano Caviacuti just taking a little bit too much curb there on the outside. And the inside, sorry. And the rear did try to catch him out as he slid around. Now then, it's almost within a second for this P3 battle. Kind of like the Blackpool, just running a little bit off track there as they lap the Just Racing BMW. Hopefully they'll get out of the way for the Pescara Edenis car so we can continue this battle for P3 and the final podium spot. As they do. So now, just a straight run at him is Stefano Caviacuti. He's closing up so much in the braking zones. It's getting so close to that rear end. Here he goes to the outside with Stefano Caviacuti, and he has chased down this car. It was around a 15-second gap, and now he's passed. So that is P3 now for the Pescara Edenis ATP car. However, there is still a long way to go in this race. It does seem at the front though, Chris Shepherd has managed to pull out a little bit of a gap over Peter Schultz. I do believe they will be pitting anytime soon, really. In the next 10 minutes, I would expect, for our race lead up. So Stefano Cavacuti finishes the first lap in P3. It seems like there's a battle for P23 a little bit further down. The Blue Bolt Racing car of Gabriel Kos, who is looking to get past the 888 VDT car. Running out into Blanchimont. Could they possibly get the move done into the bus stop? So looking for the inside. He's going to send it on the brakes, and the VDT car is going to hold it around the outside. The inside for the next part of the bus stop. But the Blue Bolt car is still there. Just not quite close enough. Could go for it into La Source though. Coming into turn 1. As you can see, the Monaco car just behind them there as the Blue Bolt car sends it down the inside. Will the 888 though have the run down the Kemmel straight? Need to be careful though not to hold up our leader of Chris Shepherd in the Monaco car just behind them. In they go now, the run up Eau Rouge. And the 888 car is just following the Blue Bolt Racing car. Chris Shepherd in the Monaco flashing them. That 888 car needs to get out of the way. He has, it looks like he's backed off as Chris Shepherd goes to the inside. He's lost a little bit of time in that, but still not bad manoeuvres from the 888, leaving him the inside and backing off. Yeah, look, there's a lot of traffic now for Chris Shepherd. This is Peter Schultz's time to make the move and to catch up a lot of time, it seems. Shepherd now making his way through the traffic. Just a Blue Bolt Racing car ahead of him. Going to give him a little flash just to make sure he knows that he's there. Hopefully this Blue Bolt car should let him go. Coming into the chicane. She doesn't actually. Shepherd almost putting his nose in there. There we go. Now the Blue Bolt car lets him go. And just leaves him the room on the apex. The Monaco car is free again, however, Let's see how much time they lost there. I think most of the time is lost in the third sector. A slow third sector from Chris Shepherd with a 36.7. Waiting to see from Peter Schultz. Yep, half a second quicker in the middle sector as Peter Schultz, and it looks like he's got the gap down to 54 seconds now between the two. Something I wasn't expecting. Alex Brotingham is able to stay relatively close to the Stefano Caviacuti. So just one small mistake from the Pescara Edinus driver, and we could see them drop back out of that podium position, the all-important podium position. You see the first of 3 prizes given out for the top 3, so the difference in this position is pretty big. Still, Alex Brotingham is able to just stay in the tow, possibly, of the Pescara Edinus car, as our leader is in the pits, the number 19 Monaco car. Jacks are up for some new tyres, and I wonder if we'll see a driver change. Look at Peter Schultz, who is now coming up towards the bus stop. And across the line to overtake the Monaco car. We're still yet to leave their pit box, sorry. The gap was around 21 seconds before the lap car pitted. I do expect that to be quite a bit bigger, maybe up to the 30-second mark now. As Chris Shepherd, it's Adam Taylor now in the car. Leaves the pit box, so that's now 21 seconds. I think it's going to go up to around the 26 mark. And he's come out right in between that battle for P3 and 4. The Blackwall car is not going to like that. All we need to do is hope it doesn't attack our leader, because that would not be the best idea. As Adam Taylor's having to defend. The Blackwall car's backing off. That's good. So well done to the Blackwall car there. So the gap, now that everything's all settled out, is 24.5 seconds. So let's see then, how much time can Adam Taylor make up in this stint, just in the short run, between Lara pitting and them pitting now. They have got a bit of traffic ahead with the one move car and the Pescara Edinus car. Hopefully they will get out the way for him. As the one move car does, however the Pescara car just isn't. Just parked there in front of him. Look how much faster he is through Pouon. He's ran down the inside. Caviacuti surely has to back out of this, and he does. have a good sleep, Nico. And I'll make sure to message you and tell you how it all ends. So Adam Taylor was 1.3 seconds faster than Peter Schultz in the middle sector there on his outlap. Gap now already down to 23.6 seconds, even with all the traffic as well. So this could be very interesting as to how much time Adam Taylor can make up on the LARP sim racing team. Has got the core as he just goes a little bit deep into the chicane, gets all loose on the exit. Does catch up to the core car though, as we have the number 33 Fair Racing team into the pits. This moment the core team does need to get out of the way. Hopefully they should do it on the Camel Straight. So this is giving Adam Taylor a tow. And here he goes. Should be going to the outside. The next corner. So Adam Taylor's got the racing line and the core team should just back off slightly. As they do, they slot in behind. So right on to the core team. And the gap is already down to 22.2 seconds. 2.5 seconds been gained over just one lap from Adam Taylor. The lap times have not been that impressive from Peter Schultz. 16.9 last lap. Let's see what Adam Taylor can do. 39.7. He was half a second faster in the first sector thanks to that tow, I think, from the core racing team. So I'm sure MATOcolori will be sending them a little bit of the prize money that they get if they continue in this position. Just to say thank you. There's David Serra, I believe, is the next car up the road. No, got that wrong. For Adam Taylor. Adam Taylor in the middle sector of 58.9, 1.4 seconds faster just in the middle sector. And let's remember he was half a second faster in the first sector, so that's 1.9 seconds faster so far this lap. He's 20.2 seconds behind already. Here he goes as he comes across the line now. And that is a 14.6, our new fastest lap of the race, and 2.3 seconds faster than our leader. The gap now just 20.2 seconds. This is insane pace from the number 19 MATOcolori car and Adam Taylor on these fresh tyres. Let's see then, can he keep this up? Can he catch the LARP sim racing team over what I'm guessing is the next 2 hours that he's going to be in the car? Just run a little bit wide there. That's a little touch on the gravel. So it still shows 20.2 as they set almost identical first sectors. Obviously Adam Taylor hasn't got the tow this lap, and the heavier fuel, or the heavier car with more fuel in will mean that he's not quite as fast in the straight line. So it's now down to 19.3 seconds. Another second already has come out of the LARP sim racing team's lead. Just taps the gravel again, just putting 2 wheels into it, using up all of the curb there on the exit of the Stavalos, which of course he's allowed to do as well as there. And that's a purple middle sector for Adam Taylor. Wasn't quite as fast in the first sector, so I doubt we'll see another fastest lap unless he absolutely nails the bus stop chicane. And it's a 16.9 again for Peter Schultz. I think Adam Taylor's going to be around 2 seconds faster again, as the gap's already down to what is 17.7 seconds. So as he crosses the line now, that's a 14.9, so another 2 seconds. Taking out the lead, Adam Taylor is absolutely on fire at this moment in time. Still 4.5 hours to go in the race though, so it's not all over yet. So Adam Taylor in the first sector, once again identical first sectors between the two cars. As the middle sector all the times made up though, all through the corners, these fresh tyres, them to just lean on them much more. The gap is just dropping. 17.5 seconds now between the two, and it's a 60.3 middle sector for Peter Schultz. Let's just wait for Adam Taylor to come across the split time, and that's a 59.1, so that's another 1.2 seconds in the middle sector. Let's have a look then as Peter Schultz comes through the bus stop to complete lap number 284, and he sets a 16.6, so his lap times are improving. But I think Adam Taylor is once again going to be a good second and a bit faster. Gap's down to 16.2 now, so he's taken out 9 seconds of this lead with a 15.2. That's another 1.4 seconds faster this lap for Adam Taylor. Who's he got in front of him? That's the 22 of David Serra. No, it's not. Who is it? Is that McLaren? I can't see. And that is the MATOcolori car, with Ben Crooks just ahead of him. Could possibly give him a little bit of a tow, however I do believe he will have to get out of the way. There's a yellow in sector 2. How is traffic affecting Peter Schultz? It doesn't seem like he's got any at the moment. Just clear track ahead of the two of them. Oh, and there's a slow car off there. Who is that? That's the TCS off car, I believe. One of the two Corvettes. That's Adam Rainey that was going slow. Let's have a look and see what happened with him. Looked like he spun at no name. Reversing out onto the track. That was so close. That's what happened. So coming around no name, he'd lost it before he even turned into the corner. And he spun out on track. Broke just for our leader just to come through. Waited here. There goes the Pescara car. Tries to spin it around, but obviously with the traction control in this car, just drives into the wall. And oh, that was so close. Just one incident like that, and that's it. That's the lead ruined, or the chance of a victory ruined for the One Acco or the LARP Sim Racing team, as I've just realised I'm still in replay. So it's now 14.9 seconds, the gap. 17.5 last lap for Peter Schultz, and then a 16.0 for Adam Taylor. So the lap times have dropped off for the pair, but still 1.5 seconds quicker for Adam Taylor. This is some insane pace. So let's have a look then. First sector times. Actually, the turbo, just the LARP car is a little bit faster in the first sector, probably because of the lower amount of fuel. I do expect that car to be in the pits in around 20 minutes time, so they've used 2/3 of their tank, I would have said. But still, Adam Taylor 7/10 faster in the middle sector than Peter Schultz, so that gap is still coming down. .1 second now between the two leaders. And that's another 7/10 of a second taken out of the lead by Adam Taylor. Maybe he's burnt off the tyres a little, as Peter Schultz there cuts a lot of radial. But maybe Adam Taylor's burnt out the tyres a little bit too quickly. He's just got to cool them down and make sure they're alright for the rest of the stint. So 14.5 seconds now, as the LARP car once again a little bit faster in sector 1 because of well, the lack of fuel compared to the Monaco car of Adam Taylor. Something that I'm really interested by is that the Blackwall car really hasn't been able to, well, it's been able to stay with the Pescara Edenes car of Stefano Cavicciuti, I think. I believe that's what the Blue Bolt Racing team said, that's how you pronounce it, so I guess we'll see. Wonder if I'll get some angry Italians in the chat. Another 4/10 faster for Adam Taylor in the middle sector, so the gap between the two is slowly dropping as Adam Taylor's tyres wear off. They have a 13.5 seconds lead. That's 12 seconds since he's pitted as Adam Taylor gained on the leader, the LARP sim racing team, the number 44. We've seen lead a majority of this race. The Monaco team's always been in pursuit, but I don't believe has been able to take the lead for an extended amount of time throughout the race. It's now down to 14.4 seconds. So Adam Taylor gained another 4/10 that last lap. So I think now it's all just going to be about who can keep the most consistent over their stint between these two, between Peter Schultz and Adam Taylor, as both their tyres reach a similar level of wear. So the gap is now below 14 seconds at the front. Just have a little look down the field. I don't think there's any other battles. Gabriella Kosu is, I think, our closest battle behind that. He's gained around 2.8 seconds last lap on the car ahead. Does seem to be running a little bit slowly at the moment in the 2-minute 20s. So possibly the number 12 Blue Bolt car can make up another position up to P21. Obviously we've got the Black Hawk car and the Pescara Edinus car very close together, as always it seems. Between the two leaders was 16.5 last lap for Adam Taylor and a 16.7. So the gap between the lap time gap is coming down as they both reach older tyres. Down the field, I don't believe we have too many battles going on, as in on-track battles. However, the lap time battle that we see at the front between the two, it's all going to have to wait until possibly the final stint of the race, the final half an hour, where everybody has completed their pit stop strategy, because everyone at the moment is on, it seems, people are pitting at different times, etc., and just having a completely different strategy, and it's all a little bit off sync at this moment in time, so we'll have to wait and see for the end of the race. However, it does seem like the charge from Adam Taylor has slowed down a little bit. Last lap the lap car was at 1/10 faster. Do expect that a little bit at this stage in the stint because of the with the less fuel, of the LARP sim racing car compared to the number 19 one Acco. 13.3. Adam Taylor responded with the fastest lap from the faster lap from Peter Schultz and has now gone 3 tenths faster this lap. So the charge is still on from Adam Taylor as Alex Brotigham has now caught closer to the back of the Pescara Adonis car, which is interesting to see. It's now almost caught within a second and could possibly be in the tow. As Caviacuti had a poor middle sector last lap, 3 tenths slower than the Black Hawk car. See how this unfolds then. We saw some insane pace from Stefano Caviacuti earlier on in his stint where he caught and passed the Black Hawk quite easily. However, maybe he just burned out too much of his tyres at the start and is now under pressure from the Black Hawk car. Oh, and that's the Editor's car just going a little bit too wide for the track limit's liking. We should see Black Hawk car catch up a little bit because of that. So he is now well within the toe of the car ahead. Look how much he closes just in the braking zone. Takes a lot more curb than what that BMW is. As the gap at the front is now down below 13 seconds, sorry, down to 12.9 I saw it there. As Adam Taylor was another 3 tenths faster that last lap. So can the 81 Black Hawk make a pass? He got a little bit closer. However, I'm going to have to go AFK for a little bit, so I'm going to just leave you on this view here so we can see if the Black Hawk car makes a pass, and I'll be back as soon as possible. So I am back, everybody, and we need to refresh the overlay because we have seen Peter Schultz enter the pits, and I believe we've also seen Eros Musculi enter the pits, and he's come out half a second. Obviously, it's replacing Stefano Caviaciuti, so that's going to be good to watch, I think, this battle between Eros Musculi. Has there been a change in the Blackhawk car? Yeah, so Ballas Vero now is in the car for Blackhawk in this battle for P3. Eros just looking to the inside there, looking for a small move. But this gap at the front is what we're looking at. So we saw it. It was around 50 seconds when the Monaco guys pitted before, and they came out around 20 seconds behind. Obviously, Peter Schultz has been putting in some brilliant lap times, as we saw from Adam Taylor when he first came out in his fresh tyres, and the pace difference between the two is pretty big. But also, as we saw, that should start to get a little bit closer. So let's keep an eye on this battle then between Eros Musculi and Ballas Vero. So this here is the closest battle on the track. There's not really anybody else that is pretty close. It's Jared van der Weide catching up to the back of Gustavo Lacerda. And there's still a 5-second gap between the two of them. So can Eros Musculi catch and pass? Well, he's already caught him. He just needs to pass him. So just 3 attempts behind. There's a yellow in sector 2. Run up to Blanchimont. Can Eros Musculi make his way past the Blackhawk? Decided to back out. Maybe he's just saving a little bit of fuel. Don't know. I haven't made a note on how the fuel strategy is with these guys and whether they're ready to take it to the end or whether they need to do an extra little splash and dash at the end of the race. So here we go. Eros Musculi is so close to the back of this McLaren. Can we see them or see Eros? He's lifted a little bit. Hasn't quite got the run that he needs on Ballas Vero. Here he goes in the slipstream. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to back out? He's going for it round the outside. Coming into the chicane. He's sticking his nose there. He's still there. Oh, and Ballas Vero just squeezing him off the track there. Eros Musculi is looking to the inside there into Puon. So the gap at the front is now 55.9 seconds. So it is coming down. Peter Schultz with a 16.1 last lap compared to Adam Taylor's 16.4. So Eros Musculi is almost alongside him as we head towards Blanchimont. So yeah, he's just got his nose in there alongside Ballasvero on the inside of Blanchimont. Oh. And he's made the move up the inside into Blanchimont. That's a good move there from Eros Musculi. It just looks like he got a brilliant run. And he moves that car back up to third, but can he break the toe? That's what his teammate Stefano, I forgot his name, Caviaciuti, failed to do. As we see the Unison Racing car in the background make their way into the pits. It does seem like Eros Musculi is pulling away from Ballasvero. 0.8 of a second between them as they head onto the camel straight. I'm sure that gap will close though. As we see the McLaren in the tow. There's a yellow in sector 1. It's cleared. No, it's back again. Yeah, it does seem like Eros Musculi is able to push and get away from Ballasvero. Seems like he's just on the cusp of breaking the toe at the moment. He just needs a good end to the second half of Sector 2. Mashuli. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Well, I'll try and remember to do that. Well, to say it like that. That's alright, thank you for the help, whoever's on the Blue Bolt Racing YouTube channel. On that account, messaging in the chat. Did say at the start of the stream that did want help from the chat to help with the pronunciation of some of the names, because I did know I was going to butcher a few. Also, Peter Schultz is now a little bit slower, actually, than Adam Taylor. So Adam Taylor's doing well to keep these tyres alive at the front. Ballasvero is just a little bit slower than Eros Musculi, who is now pulled out of the tow. And I do believe he will bolt now and break away and hopefully consolidate that P3 spot for that car. However, the Black Hawk will always want to stay close. Yeah, so Ballasvero has now dropped 2.2 seconds back from Eros Musculi. And at the front, once again, Adam Taylor extending the lead. As Peter Schultz gets a cut track the last lap, and it's now up to 56.6. As we expect the MATOcolori to be in relatively soon, maybe in 10 or 15 minutes or so, for a new set of tyres and fresh fuel. And I do believe Adam Taylor will stay in the car. He's only been in the car for one fuel stint, so he will probably stay in. Adam Taylor ahead of him just as the Pescara car, the number 938 of Giuseppe Leno. Then has the 22 One Move car ahead of him. He's driven by Roger Decline, the only Porsche on the field. Just sad to see. I mean, we were hoping for a full spread of every car. Obviously, every GT3 car has not made their way onto the grid. But that's fair enough. Some teams didn't want to race other cars, which is fine. We can't force cars to be raced, so... So, Adam Taylor last lap with a 16.4. That's right on board with Peter Schultz. It's actually a little bit slower in that middle sector compared to Adam Taylor. So, not sure what's quite going on with this car. The 44 lap car just doesn't seem to quite have the pace. So maybe his teammates does Peter Schultz and is unable to close that gap during the time that he's in the fresher tyres. So a 16.4 for Adam Taylor and now a 16.6 for Peter Schultz. So that gap is getting bigger, which means he'll be getting smaller when the lap car pits. And I believe... no, that was just the overlay being a bit weird. There was a yellow in sector 1.
Full course yellow.
There's a full course yellow. So who is that? Eros Mashuli is fine. Let's just have a scroll through our
5,
field.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow.
I believe if it was sector 1, is that Lucas Bock is fine. Jamie Tatuhi. Jeremy Kelly. Who is it that's crashed? I can't find out who's crashed. Adam Rainey? No. Who is it? So this could actually be very... whereabouts is Adam Taylor on the track? He is currently heading towards Blanchemont, so he could pit on the code 80. So I get a reply from... so Gogo Ballo has caused the code 80. Let's have a little bit of a look and see what's happened to him in the 67 Sim Apex car. I'm expecting a crash up at Blanchemont. No, not Blanchemont, Radion. However, we've seen this car crash in a straight line, so you never know. And yes, here it is. So let's ride on board then, just behind the H2O Namco car. Ooh, lovely bit of replay. And yeah, he just loses the car on the toes. We've seen many a time from cars. Obviously, we saw Nico Barkley save as well as Stefano Caviaciuti. But is Adam Taylor in the pits? Yes, he is. I don't think Peter Schultz will be able to make their way. I don't think they'll be able to pass them. I think Adam Taylor might just get a free pit stop here and come out ahead of the LARP sim racing car. So this is very interesting. This could be the point at which one Akko take the race lead and run away with it. We've seen that Adam Taylor is very fast on these fresh tyres. Let's have a look to see where Gogo Aballo is. He's heading towards Blanchemont. Where is Peter Schultz? Peter Schultz is behind him. So we could see Peter Schultz will not be able to pit for free. which means MATOcolori, who I believe should just be leaving the pit lane now with a huge lead. So Peter Schultz is just going around, just heading towards Blanchard, hasn't even got there yet, and Adam Taylor is leaving the pit lane. So that is now a huge lead for the number 19 LARP car. No, not LARP, MATOcolori car, sorry. Looks to have just run away with this lead. We're about to go Ballo as the Turbo LARP makes his way into the pits. Where is Gogo Ballo in the 67 Sim Apex? He is in the pit, so we are expecting to go green as soon as possible. Peter Schultz has decided to stay out on track. Oh! There's a car almost spinning under Code 80. Who's that? That looks like a TCS soft car. Is that the...
Green flag in 10 seconds.
We're about to go green. I believe that was... No, that wasn't Adam Roney. Was that possibly the 42 car? Jared van der Weed.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
The number 404 comes out alongside the number 44. But we need to check what this gap is now between the two leaders. My overlay says 28.6, however my control panel says 20, so just need to wait for it to sort itself out. No, I'm not in replay. As we've seen the LARP car behind the H2O Namco car. Oof. So close there, but it seems like it's leveled out at around 22 seconds lead that the MATOcolori has now. So the 20-second lead from MATOcolori and fresh tyres. So I do expect Adam Taylor to eke out that lead a little bit more than what it is now. This is very interesting. Balasvero is still very close to Eros Mashuli. Gabriel Kosu is now just 2.4 seconds away from Jeff Close in the battle for P21. He was 1.4 seconds faster in Sector 2 for that Blue Bolt Racing car there. Now we're going to keep an eye on that, but at this moment in time, as we now head towards the final 3 hours of this race. 3.5 hours to go. We are on. Let's check what lap we are on with our leader. Right on board as they have just started lap number 506 with still 3 hours to go. So we could possibly hit 600 laps this race, which is insane if you really do think about it. Watch Adam Taylor make his way towards, let's check the sector times. It's now up to 23.3. So they are pushing. Let's have a look back now at the number 12 Blue Bolt car. It's got even closer now, just 1.6 seconds between them. Just see him visibly closing on the IDOS car. Look how much faster he is through Pouon in the BMW compared to that Aston Martin. So Gabriel Kosu should make his way past Jeff Close in the 777 IDOS racing car. Now, is he going to make a move into the bus stop chicane? Yes, he is. Gabriel Kosu. Oh, he's gone a little bit deep and forced him off there. However, he has made the move stick. I'm not sure whether the IDOS car is going to like that, and also whether the stewards is going to like that. As there's the 15, our once race leader, the number 15 Waveframe Esports car just behind. Let's have a look. Is that for position there? Oh no. 15 Waveframe car is a lap ahead of this pairing. If you look out front, let's just have a look as Adam Taylor once again sets a 14.6 compared to the 16.4 of Peter Schultz. So that gap is now 25.1 seconds. So one Akov running away with this race at this moment in time, with Peter Schultz not being able to keep up with the pace of Adam Taylor. This is a yellow in sector 3. I wonder what that's for. The blue belt car, Alexa, number 15 of Waveframe Esports car passed. Currently driven by Andrea Riccelli, who we saw have that incredible stint and get that BMW to the lead of the race ahead of the LARP car. After both LARP and Monaco were unfortunate with when a code 80 was called. So Jeff Close has already dropped 2.6 seconds back from that blue bolt car, who has got 132 seconds in the next car of Wout Diamond in the number 99 H2O Namiko, who we saw was disconnected on the early stages of the race, maybe like the first 5 laps or so. They had a disconnect and they managed to work their way up to P20. Okay, oh, there's a drive-through for the number 99 because of an incident with the 67 Sim Apex team. I'm quite sure when they had that incident. Must have been before the code 80. So we are going to see that gap between Andrea Kosu and Wout Damon decrease. Obviously it is a huge gap still, so don't expect them. Aris Mashuli has made a 7-second lead over Ballas Vera after overtaking him. We saw his teammate not be able to break out of the toe. However, Aris Musculi is really consolidating this P3. There's a yellow in sector 2, and it seems to be staying. Just have a look on the track. Is there any battle that we can possibly have a look at? There is Jared van der Veed, who is 2.7 seconds behind the Just Racing car. Seem to be going a little bit faster than Gustavo Lacerda. This is the battle for P29. It is brilliant to see that there is battles all the way up and down the grid. And we are 20 and a half hours in to this race. Jared van der Vliet doesn't seem to be gaining as quickly as what I thought he was. Let's just check the gap again. It's now 2.7. So it is roughly around the same. We'll have a look. Their sector times. Jared van der Vliet was 8 tenths faster in sector 1. However, I do believe he has just come out the pits as his first sector time was a 47.666. So, and these fresh tyres, I think that's what's gaining him the time. 1.9 seconds another gap. He gained 4 tenths in the final sector. Did the 42 TCS off cut. Jared van der Vliet now getting almost within a second of the BMW in front of the Just Racing team. Riding on board in the Corvette is a very plain interior, I have to say, for the Corvette. Just a lot of Aston Martin, not too many dials and numbers on the screen ahead, which could be good really for some drivers who just don't really like distractions. Whereas if we have a look on board with the BMW, they've got the lap number, their place, and absolutely everything on their steering wheel. So Jared van der Vliet can now just focus on getting past this pink and black BMW. Jared van der Vliet in the tow now, not quite close enough to make a move. However, I believe next lap or possibly into the bus stop chicane. Maybe had to make a move for P29, or he may just sit behind and look for a bit of tow. Jared van der Vliet just taking a lot more speed, it looks like, through the high-speed corners. Maybe that Corvette's got a little bit more wing on than the BMW ahead. Does seem to be understeering quite a bit, that BMW. Now we see Jared van der Vliet. Can he get the run out of the Stavelos and make his way past the Just Racing BMW? And here he goes. Is he going to make a move into the bus stop, or is he going to wait? Looks like he's going to go for it. No. BMW's broken a little bit later than it. As we see the gap at the lead has got up to 30 seconds. Adam Taylor really pulling away. Just 0.4 seconds between the Corvettis, just not quite. Oh, broke a lot later than the Just Racing BMW. Oh, the Just Racing BMW is running a little bit wide. He's right on board with Jaron van der Veed. Is he going to try around the outside? No, he's going to cut to the inside. Doesn't quite have the bravery on the brakes, though, to send his nose in there. So here we go, Jaron van der Veed. Can he make a move into Blanchimont? The Just Racing BMW is going to allow. No, Jaron van der Veed is going to. He's going to back off a little bit. Is he going to make a move into the bus stop? No, he's not. He's going to back out. I want to say these cars are 10 laps down from the leader, but still going at it. Absolutely brilliant to see. So now can he do it? Up Rouge. All he needs is a good run, and he can make his way past the number 96 Just Racing team for P29 in the race. He's going to lift off a little bit. He's got a tighter line. He's just lost the rear a little bit at the top there of Radion. She's not quite close enough now, just to make a move. So now can Jaron van der Veed make the move? He just runs a little bit wide there. Does seem like the Just Racing team is keeping them a little bit at the bay at the moment. Oh, as the Jaron van der Veed in the 42 TCS off pit now. Looks like a little tap on the wall there. As we look at him enter the pits, let's have a look then back towards the front of our field. Peter Schultz is now 30 seconds behind the race leader. As Adam Taylor once again that last lap 2 tenths faster than the LARP car. Unfortunate for LARP. Obviously they did get very unlucky with the Code 80, which left Wanako in the lead. However, there's no denial that Wanako was gaining and chasing the LARP car, and possibly a little bit faster with Adam Taylor at the wheel. So, but it has ripped us off a battle that I was actually really looking forward to see between the LARP and the Wanako. a look at the V10 Audi. Obviously this is the only Audi that we have on the grid today. So there's one Audi, one Porsche. Not sure how many Astons. I think it's just the IDOS and the what's it called? And the Virtual Drivers by TX3 cars that are Astons. Could be wrong though. And the Unison Racing as well. Sorry. Plenty of BMWs and McLarens, and just the one Porsche from the One Move guys. But something that we do need to comment on is how Ballas Vero is catching up to Eros Mashuli again. So Eros had a few laps where he was pushing really hard and pulled quite a big gap over Ballas Vero. Got up to around 10 seconds, now down to 8.9. Can we see the Blackhawk be back in contention for the final podium position and therefore prize money? However, it does seem Eros Mashuli has picked up his pace a bit and pulled a bit of a gap. Yeah, he's 3 tenths faster again in the middle sector as Eros Mashuli, so just have a look at a few of the cars on our grid, have a little look at the liveries. I don't think there's any close battles at all. So just a bit of a lull at the moment. There is 3 hours and 10 minutes left. You see the Unison and the number 15 Wayframe car battling it out. I think the 15 is trying to unlap itself. Let's have a quick look at that again. Yeah, let's have a look at the lap times from Andrea Riccelli. He's currently set 16.4 compared to the last lap of Dmitry Bushka in the 717 being a 17.8. So the Wayframe is faster. Is he going to go for the inside of Pouon? He stuck his nose in there. Not quite made the move though. I'm not sure why Dmitry Bushka would no, that should have GP Dimitri Briscoe should it? I don't even know. He's got Ballas Vero for me. Oh no, that's the wrong car, isn't it? But yeah, he's got 98 seconds behind him to Tony Jansen in the Fair Racing team, who I have to say have had a very quiet race. However, they've just been slowly making their way forward. And we're in the lower reaches of our teens early on, maybe around the P15 mark throughout most of the race, and now all of a sudden they're up there in P7. I'm not sure whether that's because of off-sync pit stops or whether they've just been quietly just consistent throughout the race with their pace. So the wayfaring car once again just goes for a move. And there we go, the wayfaring is now ahead of the 717 Unison Racing. And I do believe that in around 10 minutes or so we should see Peter Schultz end up in the pit lane. Obviously that code 80 will save them fuel. It could mean that they'll have to make that extra pit stop now, which could have just been the nail in the coffin. Really is not much going on at the moment. We've got Eros Mashuli just pulling away from Ballas Vero. Other than that, there's no one. That is the closest battle, and that's around 10 seconds between the two. Never mind, Roger Decline is 6 seconds behind Alexandra Lino in the number 18 Samfrey team, in the only Porsche in the grid. As we've seen Jamie Tatuhi in the number 999 Al Pastino forced Polonia into the pits, showing the number 49 Vermin Racing as being a DNF. Let's have a quick look at that. Yeah, they are parked in the garage, so I wonder what happened to them. Possibly an engine failure or a disconnect, which would be a shame to see. Our leader, Adam Taylor. I believe that is the number 81 Blackhawk car into the pit lane. Let's have a quick look at this. Whereabouts are they going to come out? Are they going to come out ahead of the Turbo Lark car of Castle Reitveld? So it was a disconnect for Vermin. That's really unlucky for Vermin. However, I'm sure they can get back into the race. quick look at Carlos Vera at Blackwall. And he's just about to leave his pit box now, coming to the exit of the pit lane. So yes, he is going to be ahead of the Turbo Lark car, currently sat in P5. It's been a good showing. I feel like as a team, the Lark have been faster than any other team that have entered 2 cars. Obviously, that is the maximum. That was the maximum that teams were allowed to enter, was 2. It seems like Roger Decline is getting even closer now to the back of Alexandra Lino, sorry. As you can see that just ahead for P25 to have a ride on board with this Porsche. So they enter lap 500 of this race with 3 hours still to go. So let's have a look then. Who else? Doesn't really seem to be any battles. This Roger Decline battle, he's really closing fast on that Sanfrecce car. Just seemed like the Lark car though is running very similar pace at the front. Peter Schultz 2 tenths faster than Adam Taylor last lap. However, Roger Decline, I believe, he was so much faster than Alexandra Lino last lap. Possibly, let's have a look. He was 2.1 seconds faster. There's also a battle brewing between Jeff Close and Carlos Skirmanis. Jeff Close just coming out the pits. I believe gaining massively in his Idols car on that 888 VDT entry. They are both around 1.2 seconds, sorry, behind the cars in front of them. Closing at a very similar pace. Let's have a look then as he really gains on that 18 Sanfrecce car. Does Roger Decline? You just really see that. That's the Just Racing Porsche just behind them. I'm pretty sure that's Frank Vasconcelos. As Jeff Close is really in a position to overtake, and there he goes. Is that him past the 888 car? I think the 888 just went deep. Let's have a quick look at the replay. So yeah, the 888 car makes its way. Oh, was there a little tap there from the Eidos car as my replay decides to be a bit laggy? Could have been a small tap as we go back to Roger Decline. He's right on the back of the 18 Sanfrecce car. he going to go up the inside for turn 1? No, he's going to back out and think better of it. As the 33 Fair Racing team is down as a DNF. What's happened to them? That's Tony Jansen. As we see the LARP car in the pits of Peter Schultz, we may be seeing a... As Roger Decline has made a move on Alexandra Lino before Rouge. Let's have a quick look at that. Yeah, he just cleanly goes around the outside. Looks like the Sunfree car just let him through. But now Adam Taylor has a 108-second gap, which is still rising, to Alan Terzic, who we saw at the start of the race had some insane pace. And I believe he was doing the night shift while we had the stream issues, with my game crashing and the stream not being out. So let's see what he can do. 113 seconds now to Adam Taylor. And is it a little bit too much? I believe the Monaco car should be in around 15 to 20 minutes. So, after this, Carlos Skirmanis, I believe, has just been passed by Adam Rainey. So, let's just have a look now. There's not really anything close at all throughout the field. At the front, Kaz Reitfeld 16.9 seconds behind Ballas Vero, two newly pitting cars. No. Ballas Vero recently pitted with a 16.3, but Kaz Reitfeld is pretty far off the pace with a 17.3. No, Ballas Vero has really closed the gap on Eros Mashuli. When Eros does come in, it could be very close, to be honest. It could be a lot closer than what it is at the moment. Fair Racing team is still down as a DNF. I wonder what's happened to them. Tony Jansen not being able to get the car to the end, it seems, possibly with a disconnect. David Serra seems to be gaining... Oh no, that's on Tony Jansen, who has disconnected from the race. So that's a free position for the 22 Asombit car. You see him move up to 8th place. Quick look at Alan Terzic's pace as he comes now into the middle sector. This is going to be where he makes up all of the time on the Monaco car. The gap's down to 110 seconds, so he's gained a few seconds since getting in the car. Obviously this is his first flying lap. He's got a car just in front of him. I think that's the 22 Asombit car that we're looking at there, just in front of Alan Terzic. And it's the Fair Racing team just drop further down the order with a DNF. Okay, so the number 33 car blew the engine, which is something we haven't really seen from a BMW. Unplug the internet cable, trying to rejoin. Yeah, that's the best way to go about it, I think. So Alan Terzic, middle sector with us a 59.2. This is going to be a very fast lap from Alan Terzic. As you see, he has gained plenty of time on the car ahead, as we see the Edenis Pescara team, the joint team venture into this event, is now in the pits. And where will Ballasvaro come out in comparison? They were around 8 seconds apart, but with the undercut, Ballasvaro could have gained quite a bit of time. Last lap was pretty fast from Ballasvaro, running the same pace as Adam Taylor out front. With a 16.4, Adam Taylor's 16.6, but Alan Terzic has just come in with a 15.1 was that, so brilliant pace there from Alan Terzic, and he is now only 100, well I'd say only, it's now 109 seconds, so that's 4 seconds gained by Alan Terzic. Who is that in ahead of Ballasvaro? Let's just have a little look. There's Eros Mashuli as he just leaves his pit box now. Ballasvaro heading towards turn 1, so Eros Mashuli is going to be out ahead of Ballasvaro. How much ahead though? Very interesting. He's showing 6.4 seconds as the overlay sorts itself out a little bit. Yellow in sector 1. There was 6.4 seconds between Ballasvaro and Eros Mashuli. So it's very interesting to see. Alexandro Alino is dropping back from Roger the Clyde after he made that move on the run up to Eau Rouge. And Tony Jansen is now back into the race. 88 seconds behind the next car, but ahead of the Evolution number 53. So this car was battling at the front of the field pretty early on in the race, but it's just dropped back. Maybe, I believe they had a blown engine as well. So, issue from Lucas, from not just Lucas Bock, the number 53 Evolution. I believe it was Yannick Bock that had the engine blow up on him. So, unlucky event from them, but it's good to see that they're all still sticking now that we still have 30 runners. Yeah, it's just the 30 now, so we've had 7 retirements so far in this race, which if you think about it, over a 24-hour period, it's brilliant to see. Only 1 red flag, I have to say. We're slightly expecting more, but it's good to see. So far, everything's gone all smoothly. If there is a red flag from now on, I believe the rules state that the race results will stay as they are, so they will finish and the race will not be restarted. Does seem like Ballasvaro is dropping back from Eros Mashuli. Actually, it shows him here as a 10th faster last lap. Oh no, that was Kaz Rightfield. Eros Mashuli is on his out lap, of course. Oh, he's on his first flying lap now, sorry. now down to 106 seconds as Alan Terzic manages to stay within the low 15s throughout his first few laps. This is insane pace. With Adam Taylor now just setting a 16.4 in response, trying to go as fast as he can on them older tyres. We do expect him in the next few laps. I don't think it'll be too long, as the Evolution car just comes out the pits there, just in front. I believe that, yeah, that's still Lucas Box in the car, so he's in for another stint. James Zuber 78 seconds behind him for position in the 999 Alpestino Force car. 2 30-second stop and goes really ruined their race at the start due to Ernest Lappin's really not having the best race. Now down to 104 seconds at the front, so I believe roughly the pit delta is around 85, so there's currently a 20-second gap at the front we see, but when we see the new, I'm guessing it'll be a new driver in for One Echo, not sure who it'll be. We saw Chris Shepherd in before Adam Taylor, so it could possibly be Borja Milan getting in to finish off the race. There's a yellow in sector 2. It stayed there. Not sure what's happening there. Still a yellow in sector 2. I wonder who that is for. Let's have a look here. Dimitri Bush, guys, coming towards the end of sector 2, so. Still yellow in sector 2. What is coming on here? Just have a look now on board with James Huber, see if we can see any slow cars during sector 2. Haven't heard anything yet from the race director, so can't be nothing worth a code 80 it seems, unless they just haven't seen it so far. Doesn't seem to be like anything is now blocking James Huber with his clear track ahead of him. We've just come through the whole of sector 2. There's a McLaren ahead of him, maybe going slow, but seems to be going at an alright speed as the 717 Unison racing car comes into the pits. It's yellow in sector 1 now. What's going on here? On board with our leaders, they are both fine. Erasmus Shuley is fine. Oh, there's an Idols car in the background there. Which number is that? Is that the 777?
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
So we now have a full course yellow.
5, 4.
Where is the LARP
3,
car? No, not
2,
the LARP. The
1. Full course yellow.
Adam Taylor now is coming into the final sector. This could be another free pit stop for the number 19 One Echo car. They're going to save, if they pit now, they're going to save a lot of time in the pits. As the Unison car has also saved a lot, so they could come out way ahead of the Pescara car. Giuseppe Leno. And yeah, they are. Dmitry Bushka is now out. I believe that's Alexander Zakharov now, so we do need to refresh the overlay. But as the LARP car actually comes into the pits, guessing this will just be a top up on fuel. I do believe Alan Terzic should take it to the end, but the One Echo car is possibly going to get another free pit stop this race. As they are almost a lap ahead of the LARP car now that they are in the pits. As they come towards Blanchimont, the LARP car stood in the pit still. No, they're moving away now. So that was just a top up on fuel. However, they're going to be so far behind now. Where is the 777 of Jeff Close? He's coming into... He's just on the exit of Pillon. So yeah, I think the MATOcolori car is going to get another free pit stop if they decide to pit. We saw with Colin Spork at the start of the race and how much time they are going to lose. So this is going to be... These last two Code 80s have come in at a perfect time for the MATOcolori team. So they are going to come into the pits. So yes, that is possibly going to be race said and done. All they need to do is bring it home at this point with the amount of time they're going to gain. Where is the 777 as they pull into their pit box? 777's on the run to Blanchimont. So they may not get the full pit stop for free. However, they're going to gain so much time. As he is now up on his jacks getting some fresh tyres. Everybody is down at 80 kilometers an hour. Let's have a look at the front of Adam Taylor's car. He has been in his pit box for 49 seconds. So he is just about to leave his pit box. And let's have a look. Where is Alan Terzic? Alan Terzic has just finished the Campbell Straight. So he is over half a lap ahead is Adam Taylor. Let's have a look. And it's Borja Milan in the car now. That is very interesting because we have seen Borja Milan be insanely fast. So it's currently sat at 90 seconds between the two under Code 80. However, that time is not at all accurate. And someone else who is taking advantage of this pit stop is Balas Valero. However, he's just pulled into his pit box and the number 777... Oh no, he's leaving. Maybe it's just a little top up on fuel. The 777 is now into the pits.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
So Blackhawk is not going to get this completely free.
5, 4,
There is Eros
3,
Mashuli.
2, 1. Green flag.
So let's wait then and see what this gap at the front is. Alan Terzic and the LARP team are going to be furious after these last two really unlucky Code 80s for them. Come out completely at the wrong time while they're in the middle of their pit stop sequence with MATOcolori. Obviously with them being out of sync. So the gap is now 89 seconds at the front. As the 41 TCR itself is showing as a DNF. Let me just have a look at that. Adam Rainey. Jared van der Veed is showing him as in the pits, but I'm not sure that's the case. MATOcolori by Seawolf is in the pits with... Who is that behind the wheel? That's Michael Wozniak. They are no longer in the pits, so... Michael Wilson has come out of the pit lane. Let's just get a quick refresh of the overlay so that... So it's now 87, a second lead for the MATOcolori car. Number 19. Michael Wilson stuck in a bit of traffic here. Well, Diamond in the 99 is catching up to the 767. Paul Robert. Let's just have a look at the previous lap times. They're all on the Code 80, so they don't mean absolutely anything. I have to wait for the sector time in Sector 2. However, it shows Paul Robert is in a bit of traffic at the moment with the Vermin car. P30 Agnes Rositis, who really should be getting out of the way as we see the Fair Racing car a little bit ahead. This is a really hectic bit of racetrack. So yeah, the 49 should really be letting that car past. I'm sure Aunt Damon is not. Oh, he's got to let the 717 car pass though. Who is that behind the wheel? That's Alexander Zakharov. Alan Terzic sets a purple middle sector, a 58.3. He is on a charge. He wants to make up as much of that time as possible. Lopper's still not out of contention. It's a long, well, a decently long way to go. Still 2.5 hours. Anything can happen. As the number 99 Wout Damon has let our leader through. Let's have a look at Borja Milan coming into Poubon. And we have Alan Terzic coming across the line. I believe this is going to be a fastest lap of the race, and it is a 14.1 from Alan Terzic. Let's wait and see what Borja Milan can do. I do believe they will. Their pace will slowly drop off this race, just because of the lead that they've got, really. Obviously, they can't afford to go too much slower and let that gap close up again, but they can afford to just take it chill, save the engine, because we have seen a lot of engine blow-ups this race because of the constant pressure that they have. This track is very high speed and a lot of straight lines where they're properly revving out the engine to get as much time as possible. Let's have a look at Borja Milan then. His middle sector is about half a second slower than what Alan Terzic did, but like I said, they don't have to push, as he does go a little bit wide there into the bus stop. So Alan Terzic is going to gain a bit of time there. It's quite a big gap. Let's have a look at Wout Damon, now 7 seconds behind, so he's losing time to Paul Robert. Alan Terzic is on another flying lap here. He's coming towards the sector 2 time. Oh, just using up all of the track possible. 58.8, so he's half a second down on what he set last lap, but he is properly pushing now. Towards the bus stop. Will he make the same mistake as Borja Milan? No, he clips the first apex, hits the second, and using up all the track on the entry as he can. Look at that, up to the very last inch of curb. And what lap was that? There's a yellow in sector 3. That was a, let me just check my lap time quick. That was a 14.7, so another, that was 8 tenths of a second, 7 tenths of a second faster, sorry, than and the Monaco car. Let's have a look then on the track. Is there any... Wout Damon is dropping back from Paul Robert in the 67 Sim Apex. There's not really any pressure from him behind. The 96 and the 49 are pretty close. With the 96 actually catching up to the 42 TCS off car of Jared van der Veed. No, they're losing time, sorry. I meant the car behind. Agnes Rossitis is catching up to Frank Vasconcelos. Have a look quickly. You can have a look at some onboard cams. Have a look at Alan Terzic for a sector or two, and then we'll move to our race leader and just compare the two and see, has Borja Milan backed off a little bit now that he's got a gap. Sanfrecce Racing number 18 is now in the pits. As we see, only the top 2 are now on the lead lap. And the Pescara Edenis team has consolidated that P3 with 23 seconds back to Ballas Veros. And then another 42 seconds back to the number 5 Lap Racing, Turbo Lap Racing, sorry. As Alan Terzic crossed the lines, let's have a little look at his lap time. So he has just set a 15.0 compared to Borja Milan's 15.3 last lap. Let's have a look at Borja Milan as he finishes off the middle sector. Get a quick sector time split in this middle as we come through the Stavalos now. It's a 59.3 in the middle sector, 3 tenths slower than what Alan Terzic just did. Gap is slowly coming down, but I don't think it's anything to worry about for the Monaco car. As they're on lap, rounding out lap 531 of this race. Just 2.5 hours to go. We've done 21.5 hours of racing. That's the number 18 Sanfrecce team. I don't know whether that's just the overlay or whether they're having a very prolonged pit stop. No, it's just the overlay. Let's get back to our race leader then, Borja Milan, as he comes across the line and sits at 15.5. So another half a second faster is Alan Terzic. So Chris, would I be right in guessing that what's it called? That Borja Milan will be finishing this race, and then I'm guessing Alan will also be finishing the. Oh, is Borja Milan losing the rear there through the chicane at the end of the Kemmel Straight? Yes, here is the number 15 Wayfaring car. Only one left of the 2 Wayfaring cars that enter the race. Christian Malguera in the 666, who qualified P2 behind the 44 Alan Terzic's car. Alan Terzic, part of the LARP sim racing team. Obviously, it was him that put it on pole. People predicted that in the chat beforehand. So Chris Shepherd replying, saying depends how it goes. So could be a new driver in if they do feel that Borja Milan isn't quite going to be able to keep the gap as high as possible, just in case of any sort of event. Let's have a look on board as Ballas Vera as he catches a little bit onto Eros Mashuli. May just be that one lap.
Full course yellow.
As there's another full course yellow. Let's have a look at where our leaders are. Borja Milan's just past the pit lane.
5, 4,
so he's
3,
not going to be pitting.
2, 1. Full course yellow.
So who is the cause of this full course yellow then? Let's have a. I've just asked the race director, and I didn't even see a yellow flag. So as we have a look, just had a reply. Zuba has actually had an incident. It's very unlike him. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's got no rear wing. Let's have a look. Probably at the top of Blanchimont. Let's have a quick look. So yeah, he is. I'm guessing he had a huge crash. That car is crabbing massively. So yeah, definitely in the toe of the Blue Bolt car. We've seen this happen so many times. Car just losing the rear as they come up the hill of Radion, touching the inside curb, and being that close to a car in front, the downforce that you get from the dirty air just reduces, and that's it. And look how much steering damage that car has. It crabs its way back to the pit lane. So, the code 80. We've had so many in the last few hours. The last few, we've had 3 code 80s. I believe all of the leaders. We're about to see whether Alan Terzic decides to come in. Maybe a top up on fuel. Could it possibly save them a pit stop and put them back in contention for this race win? And yes, he does. So Alan Terzic, is he going to change tyres? No, he just has fuel. So we have a look. Whereabouts is Zuba?
Green flag in
So we
10
are
seconds.
going green now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
We are green. Let me just change the camera back from. So Alan Terzic has only lost 4 seconds to the gap that was to Borja Milan in the Monaco car. So that pit stop very much worth it. So Alan Terzic now 84 seconds it shows on the overlay. However, I've got 88.9, so I guess we'll see. No idea. The overlay shows everybody in the pits at some point. So Ballas Vera has actually gained quite a bit of time under that code 80. It's now only 20 seconds behind. That was up to 25 to 30. really isn't anything. This is the closest gap, really, for position. Is Balasvero to Eros Musculi, and then just a little bit behind, but I say a little bit, 47 seconds behind, is the turbo light car of Michael Wilson. Towards the final 2 hours of the race. I have to say, it's been a very good race overall. The LARP car and the One Acco have been at it the whole time. The Waveframes have tried to challenge, but not been able to withstand the pressure and the pace and the well-roundedness of these lineups of the One Acco and the LARP Sim Racing team. Have a look on board of Borja Milan. Not too much traffic. Let's have a look at Alan Terzic. No, he's got no traffic whatsoever. However, next car ahead of Borja Milan is to put, I believe, that's the Pescara Edinus team 2 laps down. Which, I'm not sure how that works, as the overlay showing the turbo cars would be the first one to be 2 laps down. What should be, however, who knows. And Terzic still continuing his pace, still a few tenths of a second faster a lap than Borja Milan, but as said, the gap is so big at the front. I don't think there's any need for Borja Milan to pit. Not to pit, I mean to push. It's just in front of him. There's Mathieu de Croix in the one move car. 40 seconds in the next car, which is the 777 Eidos car of Dane Baird. And we have Agnes Rositis catching up to Jared van der Veed in the number 42, but only very slowly, only 1/10 faster was the Vermin Racing car. There's another yellow in sector 1. Who is that? Tony Jansen is back in the pit lane. What's happened to him? Let's have a look on a replay. I believe that could be what our yellow was for. Did he just disconnect, or just another engine failure? So Tony Jansen. Is there a crash at all with this? Yeah, he's had another crash at Radion. Well, I say another, there's been another crash at Radion. And he loses a rear wheel, so that's it. That's a front wheel as well. A front right wheel lost for Tony Jansen. And his steering wheel disconnecting. So, unlucky there for the Fair Racing team. I did mention earlier that they had quietly made their way towards the front of the track. Well, front of the field, sorry. And since then, they've had an engine blow up and a crash at Radion. So, that's unlucky there for the Fair Racing team. I don't think they'll be able to get their car back underway. Well, they might be able to. So I guess we'll see. Right? So a Paul Holt announcing that the number 33 will not restart the race, so that's over for them. So unlucky to see. They were running in the lower reaches around our midfield pack sort of thing for a long period of time, around P15, and then over the night managed to get their way up into the top 10. Running roughly P7 around the Unison car and the Pescara car for having an engine failure, and then a crash at Radion due to a wheel disconnecting. Really unlucky there. Borja Milan's made his way past the one move car. We have Aros Masculi in front. Once again, Alan Toes is just a little bit quicker every lap, just a few tenths in it. We've got 2 hours and 17 minutes left of this race. I am just going to refresh the overlay just in case that isn't correct. No, apparently it's 2 hours 16 and 10. So the overlay once again being rubbish. Look now, Eros Mashuli actually pulling away from Ballasvara now. A few tenths a lap, it gaps up to 22.5 seconds as we have a look at the leading McLaren, followed by another BMW. So at the top 5, 4 of them are BMWs, with the one McLaren in the Black Hawk car. Did expect to see more of a mixture at the front. Obviously was hoping the number 666 Wayframe car would be up there in the top 5, just to mix it up a little bit, and so it's not a BMW race. But it's good to see that the 717 Unison Aston was able to get up to P2 behind the Lark car for so long before having their issues and falling back. Now currently in P6 actually, a lap to the next to Ballasvara between the Black Hawk and Pescara Edenis car. So we also see Germano Zappala behind this car in the other Pescara car actually. So this 938 car has actually made their way forward during the race quite sneakily. I've not noticed that at all. Germano Zappala has now got a lap ahead of David Serra, who is in the 22 Asombic car. Another car caught up in an incident with Paulie Ahonen at the start of the race, dropping them all the way down to last. Unfortunately, the 42 TCS off car has not managed to do the same sort of comeback as the Asombic car, with David Serra at the wheel at the moment, but they are a lap behind Germano Zappala, the next car ahead. If you look at Michael Wozniak, just 90 seconds behind the Asombic car and the MATOcolori Seawolf. Then have virtual drivers by TX3 in another Aston. The Core Racing team in the number 13. There's a yellow in sector 2. Is there another slow car around? No, maybe just someone going off quickly into the gravel. And then we have Lucas Bock in the Evolution car. See, this was at the front of the field early on, but they had their engine blow up while Yannick Bock was at the wheel. From the replay, it looked like he shifted into neutral by accident. The way R factor is, if you press the upshift and the downshift at the same time, it puts it into neutral, and as he was downshifting into Pouon, he did that, and then with the downshift already in his mind, he shifted into reverse. At that point, it was game over. The engine blew. We then have the number 15, Alex Beggy, who was actually our race leader, this car, for a very long time. Now 5 laps down to the lead. This was probably in the lead for about an hour or two. Around 4 to 5 hours into the race. Just behind it, we then have the car that caused our most recent Code 80, James Zuber in that McLaren. Tony Janssen, who is now retired in the Fair Racing team, followed by our only BMW. It's good to see them up in P16. Oh, no, not BMW, Audi, sorry. Ibrahim Khan next, just coming out the pit lane in the 46 Seawolf car. This is an eventful race. Looks like that steering is bent permanently, which is very interesting to see. Cameron Sansano in the number 3 Speedy Mike car. I believe that's the leading Corvette actually. Speedy Mike cars haven't really been anywhere this race. They've sort of, after what they showed in the European Endurance Series in there with their GTE entry, they really did have the pace to fight at the front there, but not this race in the GT3s. On Robert in the 67 Sim Apex racing car, we saw this car have major issues at the start, dropping all the way down to the back, but it's good to see that they've continued on. Mark Damon in the 99 H2O Namco car. Also another one that disconnected early on into the race, but has kept at it and managed to gain a few positions. Lucas Sarasti in the number 12 Blue Bolt. Not really sure what happened to the Blue Bolt car. They've sort of been around the mid-pack, maybe in the just outside the top 10, between 10th and 15th, and then they sort of just dropped back. Not sure whether something happened during the red flag, sorry. My mind went blank there. Then have the 888 car. This car's had a very eventful race, sort of always just been there, really. It's not showed massively good pace, very consistent car it seems. Then have Dane Bird in the 777 Eidos car, one of the few Astons on the grid. So yeah, this car's had a very eventful race. I'm pretty sure it's been quite a few crashes in this car. I think it's lost its rear wing a few times. There's then Matthew de Krop in the only Porsche GT3 on the field, on the grid, I mean. And they have, once again, yeah, it's just been not a brilliant run from this team. Crashing a few times. The pace hasn't quite been up there to get into a fighting chance. We then have Pribek Zolt in the other Eidos car. Alexandra Lino in the 18 Sanfrey car. Had a very weird start, really. Picked up a few penalties, but obviously getting settled in. Now they've they have made their way. Where am I looking? They've sort of made their way forward a little bit from the back. And then have Agnes Rositis just 10 seconds behind them, actually. This could be a battle coming on. It's a few seconds lap faster at the moment. Followed by Frank Vasconcelos in the 96 Just Racing team. And then Adam Rainey being the latest. Actually, Adam Rainey has retired pretty recently, actually. I didn't realise that in the 41 TCS off car. I think we should keep an eye on Agnes Rositis, who is currently about to make a small battle for us. Ah, yes, I remember that. With the issue that they had in the pit lane where it wouldn't service their car. So that's why the 888 has dropped down a little bit. As the 22 Asombic car is in the pit and seems to be retired at the moment. What has happened to them? It's another engine failure. Let's have a look then. So they've been in the pit lane for a good minute or two. Just trying to get the bar, but okay, so they've parked it on the exit What's happened here then? Have they had an engine blow up? Gonna love a bit of replay lag. What is this? Well, we can't really see what's going on, but they parked on the exit of No Name and are now in the pits. It's the 22 Asombic car. Let's have a look at Agnes Rositis. Agnes Rositis actually in the 49 Vermin racing car. It's got our P2 man of Alan Terzic in front, still making small inroads on the leader. It's a shame to see that Asombic car make their way out of the race at the moment. I'm not sure whether they're going to rejoin us. The 49 is actually just pitted. So there goes our chance of a battle. Brilliant. James Huber's actually only 13 seconds behind Alex Beggy, running around 3 tenths of a lap faster last lap. So 60 seconds stop and go for the 96. Let's have a look. Which car is that? Where are they? So the 96. Is that the colours? That's Frank Vasconcelos in the Just Racing team. They've got a 60-second stop and go. So that is basically a pit stop. So that means they're going to come out after that penalty right next to Agnes Rositis. And it just leaves a Jared van der Veed some more clean air ahead behind him. So shouldn't be any pressure for him. He can just look forward. 91 seconds to the next car, which is the 18 Spa-Francorchamps. Ibrahim Khan seems to be gaining. Oh no, he's just overtaken the DNF car of Tony Jansen. James Huber. Is he gaining? It was a poor lap there from the number 15 of Alex Beggy, an 18.6 compared to Huber's 17.5. It's Alan Terzic set to green sector 1. Let's have a look then. I'm not sure. James Huber catching Alex Beggy is currently the closest battle we have, but I'm still not sure if he's catching all too much. Let's wait for the second sector split. Let's run on board with the BMW of Alex Beggy. He's got a little bit of tow. Is that the Blackhawk car ahead of him? So his middle sector split of a 60.754. Let's wait for James Huber. Should come through very quickly, indeed, around 12 seconds. And that's a 60.574. So, 2 tenths gain for James Huber as Lucas Box picks up a cat track for that. Not sure what's going on with Lucas Box. I think the timing is messed up. Or David Serra. Yeah, so he's overtaking the stricken car of David Serra. So we have a look on board with James Huber. Hopefully he got the damage repaired. So he's got a full car to go for the push and to try and gain a few positions. Probably only going to have time to gain the one position unless something happens. Obviously he can maybe get the position over a few cars if they DNF, but I think for actual on-track overtakes it's only going to be Alex Beggy that he can catch, because ahead of him is Lucas Bock, who is over a lap ahead of the number 15 way through. Mashuli now 29 seconds ahead of Ballasvero, whose pace has really dropped off now. Michael Wilson is actually making a charge on him. It's only 37 seconds now. He could make a charge to try and gain P4 in this race. P4 is sort of a bittersweet position. Obviously one spot away from some prize money, but it's better than P5 because you're a position higher. Let's have a look then at any battles possibly brewing. Once again, Michael Wilson making his way forward and catching the car ahead of Ballasvero in the 81 Blackhawk. Currently gaining a few seconds a lap. What's really happening with this Blackhawk car? 17.6 last lap compared to the 16.7 with Michael Wilson. This gap's really coming down and he's losing a lot of time to Eros Masuli. He's got the 15 wayfaring car ahead of him as Ballasvero, sorry. Let's have a look. He is currently in a battle with James Yubu, who's actually gaining as well. Just 11.8 seconds behind. Michael Wilson now, the gap is down to 26 seconds. Michael Wilson out of nowhere has just got massively fast, and Balasvero down to a 19.3 that last lap. So what happened to him? That's the 99 H2O Namco car just ahead of him. Not sure what's happening there. Maybe just lost a little bit of time in traffic. Didn't have a particularly slow first or third sector, sorry. This has been a really slow. He's had an incident somewhere this lap. 67.2 middle sector. Has he had a spin or something? Let's have a look quickly. I think Balasvero could have possibly had a spin or run deep into a corner in the middle sector. We'll have a quick look on the replay. Seems like it's going to be at the chicane, yeah. So he's had a spin on the exit of the chicane. Let's have a look on board. Yeah, he's just lost the rear. Does he tip the wall? Just keeps his nose out of the wall. So no damage there from Balasvero. And very close indeed as we... Look again, how far back is Michael Wilson? A 24.9 second gap now. And a 24.0 for Balasvero last lap. Michael Wilson is really gaining on him now. Let's have a look back at the Zuba fight. That's still at 12 seconds roughly. So nothing is getting too close there, but this just leaves Eros Masuli in the distance. Has this Pescara Edilis car just came out of absolutely nowhere really and managed to grab P3. They were fighting pretty high up at the start of the race with Stefano... I forgot his name. Something Chuti. Cavachuti, I believe it was. They had a pretty good start of the race with him. And Colin Sport got in and they had a little bit of a strategic blunder with Eros Masuli. Not ready to get into the car when a code 80 came out, and they lost a lot of time by not pitting. So they've just been slowly working their way back up. And it's now... I wonder if we will see Eros Masuli continue in that car until the end. Obviously he's been written down as the team manager of the car, so I believe it would be good to see if the team manager comes through and finishes the race for them. As we now have 1 hour and 56 minutes left in the race. It's actually 54 minutes, but the overlay hasn't updated. So, I'm not sure what happens with the time on the overlay. However, sometimes it goes a little bit off for a few minutes. So Alan Terzic still pushing. He's still a few tenths of a lap faster currently than Borja Milan, but as I've said, there really is no need for that number 19 to push it to the limits anymore. Had a little bit of luck with the code 80s and when they've come out, but they've always been just that 1 or 2 tenths faster, it seems, than the LARP. It's been a very close race and something that I really did not want to end with a bit of luck from a code 80, but then that's racing for you. It's never just straightforward. There's always something in the way, and that's why endurance racing is so good, because anything can happen at any point and completely change the result of the race. As we see here, Borja Milan stuck behind the 777 Idols car. Yeah, the Idols should just back off now and let him through. And there he goes. He is through now and making his way towards the bus stop chicane. As the gap between Michael Wilson and Balasvero is now only 23.5 seconds. this Turbo LARP car. Could it still make a challenge for P4? I think Aris Mashuli has managed to pull the Pescara Edenis car too far ahead. I think the gap is around 65 seconds between Michael Wilson and Aris Mashuli for a double LARP podium. However, it's a tall order, but as we've just said, anything can happen. This is endurance racing. There could be a code 80 in the lap difference that maybe LARP doesn't pit and the Pescara Edenis car does. That's the difference, really. Just something like that could massively change the result of the race. Michael Wilson is showing the Black Hawk is in the pits now. Possibly has been. So Alex Brotigam is now in the pits. Well, has now come out the pits. And is now 46 seconds behind the Turbo LARP car. So now this is when they pull a gap with the undercut. This does mean I do expect possibly Borja Milan to come in very soon, within the next few laps. So let's just wait and see. James Huber's managed to get the gap down to 12 seconds now. It's been around that between him and Alex Beggy. Showing Cameron Sansano is 61 seconds ahead of Ibrahim Khan. Not sure what's going on there with the overlay. Showing him 120 seconds behind John Nelson, who is then 3 laps down to James Huber. So this really here is just the start of people that have had a lot of issues this race, which is really unfortunate to see. However, John Nelson and that Audi, they haven't been the fastest. They haven't had the most clean race, but they've been consistent. And now they're up to P14, 120 seconds ahead of Cameron Sansano in that Speedy Mike Corvette. So this is... So Alex Brotingham is getting the gap down. It says 44.9 seconds. So it's now 45 seconds, but as the Pescara team is in, and Colin Spork is in the car. That was a very quick pit stop, I believe. My overlay is really delayed, isn't it? It's only just showed them to go into the pits. Or am I in replay mode? I was. Wait, am I? No, I wasn't. So, Colin Spork has come out 20 seconds behind Michael Wilson in the turbo lot, who still needs to pit, as we're going to ride on board with Borja Milan, who doesn't come into the pits. However, 26 seconds ahead of Alex Brotingham, who we've seen has got very good pace currently this race. Colin Spork also has had good pace, so it's going to be very interesting to see. So there is now an 84-second lead at the front. So I'm still waiting to see Borja Milan in the pits. I do believe it should be soon. Colin Spork is now catching Michael Wilson as expected. Obviously Michael Wilson on the older tyres. It's all a little bit interesting at the moment. Let's have a look at Zuba and see whether he's made any inroads. No, still roughly the same gap. Matthew de Croix could be on a charge to try and catch up the 777. Look at their last lap times. 18.5 for de Croix and a 19.8 for the 777. as Matthew Decrot makes his way into the pits. So does the Unison Racing team and the MATOcolori by Seawolf. I think, is that the Monaco car in there as well? Yeah. Obviously the overlay did not show that because it sucks, and it's also 3 minutes behind, which is brilliant. See, so where is Alan Terzic and all this? Coming into the bus stops, this is actually going to be quite close. However, I do believe they need to pit again as Borja Milan comes out of the pit now, and Terzic heading towards turn 1. So it's actually going to be pretty close. Borja Milan comes out there, it's just around 5-second gap between them. As Pescara is also in, and Germano Zappala. He stays in the car. Colin Sports got the gap down to 15.5 seconds to the Turbo Lark car ahead, but we are aware that they still do need to pit. So Alan Terzic retakes the lead of the race. However, we do believe they still need to stop to finish. In fact, I'm pretty sure they do need to stop before the end of the race, which would give Borja Milan and the Monaco team their lead back, and quite a commanding lead as well, to be honest. Around 70 seconds is the gap. The real question is, though, can Alex catch Colin Spork to get the final spot on the podium, and with that the last bit of prize money, as he was almost 7 tenths faster that last lap with 41 minutes to go. It's going to be very interesting to see. So yellow in sector 1. Has someone crashed? There's a code 80 right now. The LARP guys would be laughing. There's a constant yellow in sector 1. Anyone? There's a parked car. That's the IDOS car. Jeff Close. I think the car has just gone back to the pits. Yep. Okay, so no code 80. Which, as just saying, I'm sure the Monaco heart rate for all of the drivers in their team just rose massively before that. And same with Colin Spork and Alex in the Blackhawk. That would have given Michael Wilson a free pit stop in the other LARP to take P3 in the race. Alistair Long typing in the Discord, trying to get a code 80. It's the 777 is back in the garage and retired from the race. I have to say, there are some very good liveries on this grid. Personal favourite is still the Monaco livery. We see in the Discord chat a little bit of some LARP guys talking with Adam Taylor, obviously a Monaco guy, about whether it could have been a code 80 or not. That's very interesting to see. So the gap between Colin Spork and Alex is now 20.5 seconds, and Does seem like Alex is very marginally faster, but it's not enough to make up the time. And when will Michael Wilson pit and the two LARP sim racing drivers? .7 seconds between the two leaders. However, the LARP sim racing team still have to pit, and the Monaco was 1.1 seconds faster. That last lap, 3.8 seconds the gap now. So it's now only 3.3 seconds between the leaders. However, we are expecting the number 44 to enter the pits. And they are yet to do so. So Borja Milan still has one lap in P2. Look back in the fight for P3. Colin Spork a little bit faster than Alex that last lap, so Black Hawk not going fast enough. At the moment, the Pescara Edenis car has the podium position and also the prize money that's on offer for that all-important position. As we see there, 1.2 seconds, the difference in lap time between Alan Terzic and Borja Milan. Track is really rubbered in now, and I do believe Alan Terzic will probably beat his fastest lap and end up in the 13s when he bolts on a fresh set of tyres towards the end of the race, when he does make his pit stop, obviously. And is that Terzic in the pit there for the Monaco? Yeah, Alan Terzic is in, and we should be expecting Michael Wilson to join him, as he does, in the pit. So both the LARPs are in. Expect Michael Wilson to drop back to P5 and Alan Terzic to stay in P2. Let's keep an eye on what they do. So they are changing tyres. there goes Alan Terzic. And there is a huge gap between Borja Milan and Alan Terzic, as it goes up to 67 seconds as we refresh the overlay. 66.5 seconds. The turbo car is still in the pits, 23 seconds behind the Blackhawk 81, and it's still 20.5 seconds between the Blackhawk and Colin Sport, so in the Pescara Edenis car. So it does seem like all of the pit stops in the top 5 at least are all sorted, and I do not believe, really, I don't think anybody in the top 10 needs to pit again, to be honest. There's not really any battles going on or any. Well, there's possibly Maximilian Junger catching up to Jaron van der Veed. Although actually he went 4 seconds lap slower last lap, so possibly not. So I am expecting a very fast lap here from Alan Terzic, and the possibility that they can catch 66 seconds in 31 minutes. You never know. That's right on board with Alan Terzic as he does his first flying lap on the fresh tyres and lower fuel than what he had before, with a more rubbed-in track. So surely he has to beat his time. So let's have a look then as Alan Terzic takes us for a lap around Spa. And there he goes. What lap time was that from Alan Terzic? Believe that was a 13.569. As we have a look. That was. So that was 2.1 seconds faster than Borja Milan. However, the gap is still 62.5 seconds. So I think he's going to need to go even faster than that to be able to catch that up. An Eidos being Aston Martin just ahead of our current P2 man. Here he goes down the inside. The Eidos car just lets him past. There's no need to fight it. But here is our race leader then with 25 minutes to go. There is a 61 second gap. So a minute and 1 second ahead of P2. Apparently there's a good fight in P24. So we will have a look at that. Maximilian Junga and Jan van der Veed, as we look on board. He goes for the inside into the Kemmel chicane. But the Corvette hangs it around the outside. That 42 of Jan van der Veed hangs it around the outside of the 117 Eidos car. Alright, that's Maximilian Junga. Maximilian down the inside. But the 42 once again holding it around the outside of the corner. Is he going to have the inside for No Name? No, he's not. And that's a brilliant move there from Junga in the 49 Vermin Racing team. So that is currently the closest any cars are on track. However, Michael Wilson is making some inroads on the car ahead, 2.1 seconds faster than the car ahead. So he does run a little bit wide there at P1. So only 14 seconds now between him and P4. Could the 81 Blackhawk possibly lose their P4? We were talking about them being able to push forward and to go towards the Pescara Edenis entry. However, that has not worked out, and Colin Spork has left something up his sleeve and been able to just pull away a few seconds of them. Here we can just see how Michael Wilson is catching 2.1 seconds faster that last lap. And compared to Colin Spork, he was... No, that's to Alan Terzic, we don't want that. We want that to Michael Wilson, however. To Alex, I mean. So it's not going to show us the gap between Colin Spork and the Black Hawk car. However, I can see it's 21.7 seconds, and last lap we saw Alex 8/10 slower than the car ahead. So we have 20 minutes remaining. Battles wise, there really isn't anything. However, Michael Wilson is gaining just 11.8 seconds between himself and the 81 Black Hawk. Can the Black Hawk hold on to their P4, or will the Turbo LARP have two cars in the top four? Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with the timer. Sort of as if like the timer is ticking down at like double the speed sort of thing. It's not going at the correct time. There is 18 minutes 25 seconds remaining. The Black Hawk car has responded and has matched Michael Wilson's Sector 2 time. As Michael Wilson is getting held up a little bit by the 13 call car. Just needs to be a little bit patient in these sort of situations. We see the call car should pull out of the way. No, it's not going to. 13 isn't really fighting for any positions, so I don't know why you wouldn't. Welcome back from the dead, Nico. Seems like Chris's bedtime story really sent you properly to sleep there. It's been gone for a while. So, will this Turbo LARP car catch up? The gap is 11.3 seconds. between the two when I refresh the overlay. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Will they be able to do it? So Monaco currently have a 55-second lead with Borja Milan at the wheel over Alan Terzic. Obviously, I'm sure the LARP guys will be probably annoyed with the luck possibly that Monaco have had, but you can't doubt the fact that their pace has been very strong. Both of the top two have, really. Both been in a complete league of their own once the wave frame started to drop back. Obviously at one point it was a four-way fight for the lead between LARP, Monaco and the two wayframe cars, but the 666 retired and the 15 has just slowly dropped backwards in the race. So congratulations to both of the top two. No matter the way that it finishes round, like if the LARP end up winning this, then Monaco have still done an insane job. And same the other way around, really. But it doesn't seem like Michael Wilson is going to be able to catch him. Not too sure. He's just a little bit too far back. 11.8 seconds with 15 minutes remaining. Oh, and there goes the Eidos car. Which number was that? That was the 777 of Jeff Close. He's got massive steering damage. Does seem like he can get it back to the pits pretty quickly. However, this could be our, well, I don't want to jinx it, but possibly our final Code 80 of the race. He's got a pretty clear track around him. He's going at a decent speed, but that car is definitely crabbing. He's got quite a bit of a gap behind him, so I'm not sure this will be a Code 80. On track, there's no one really there that can cause a possible incident, so I think you might just get away with that. He's going back at a decent speed, it's just crabbing quite a bit. And now he reaches Blanchimont. There is definitely not going to be a Code 80 at this point. So they brake for the bus stop, still no one behind them, so sort of got pretty lucky with that one as they come into the pits to get their damage repaired. So the next car behind him was the one move, the only Porsche on the grid. Let me just have a look. Whereabouts are they? Matthew de Crop. We're up into P21 now, so that's not a bad position for them. Look at the front. Michael Wilson has got the gap below 10 seconds now. 12 minutes remaining. I'm not sure what's happened to Alex's car. He set a 17.0 last lap. I think Borja Milan has backed off. He's setting a 16.5. But Michael Wilson could very much still get this P4. It's now 9.7 as he gained another 6 tenths in the middle sector, but I don't think it's enough. Gap is now down to 8.8 seconds. I'll refresh the overlay to try and get a more up-to-date last lap. He was another second faster. He's got James Hubert ahead of him. I believe that's James Hubert in that car now. Yeah, James Hubert just ahead of him, so hopefully he doesn't get too much in the way. And the number 3, I think that's the speed he might up ahead as well. So it's now 8.4 seconds between the two of them. I don't think it's going to be good enough for Michael Wilson. He's going to get close, but I don't think he's going to be able to make the move or able to catch up properly to them. So there's 9.5 minutes left. So after 23 hours and 50 minutes, it comes down to the last few laps for Michael Wilson and the Turbo Lark team to see whether they can overtake the 81 Blackhawk for that 4th place position. As there goes Zuber, letting the Turbo Lark car through. Oh, and the Turbo Lark's gone too deep into the chicane. That's really not going to help him. His gap is now back up to 9 seconds. I just don't think he's got enough time to catch him. Only 4 tenths faster that last lap. Is that James Huber hitting the wall there in the background? He hit that quite hard as well in his rear suspension. Just do a quick refresh of the overlay as we come across the line. For what I believe there will be 4 laps to go, including this one. So when Borja Milan crosses the line, there will be 3 more laps in this race. All he needs to do is keep it on the tarmac, and he should come home with the win for the one ACO team. They have completed 595 laps when they cross the line. So not quite hitting the 600 lap mark. However, if there was going to be a team and a set of drivers that were going to do it, it would be this team, or possibly the Lark team with a little bit more luck, but Michael Wilson is still 8 seconds behind. So I do not think he's going to have the pace to be able to catch up. Seems like Colin Spork has slowed down a little bit, but not enough for Alex to take the final spot on the podium, sorry. We'll see Borja Milan start what I believe will be his 3rd to last lap. 48-second lead, so plenty of clean air behind him for position anyway. All he needs to do is bring it home, and that is the win for the one ACO team, the number 12. Let's just get another look at this livery. So, 2 more laps to go for Borja Milan and the number 19 one ACO team. And 4 minutes to go, or less than 4 minutes to go before the end of this race. 3 minutes to go actually, as the overlay once again cocks up. So, if anything, you can actually slow down and let the next one be the final lap, but oh no, have this one be the final lap, sorry. But I don't think he'll do that. He will not risk losing a 45-second lead. So 2 more laps. I don't believe there's anybody on track that's going to be fighting for position. Michael Wilson is still 8 seconds behind, and that is the closest anybody is to anybody else on the track for position. So we're just going to watch our race leaders and possible race winners for the rest of the race. There's 1 minute 20 seconds left as Borja Milan is looking to start the white flag lap of the race. I have to say the Monaco car has been there or thereabouts at the front the whole race. He has Borja himself put in a brilliant stint to try and catch up and close the gap to the lot when they pulled away so much at the start of the race, with Alan Terzic at the wheel for the first few hours of the race. A 45-second lead, himself and Nico Barkley caught that up, and it was very close again before the LARP car, I believe, had a small issue. They had a bit of contact with a backmarker coming into Pujon, and the red flag axed the lead that the 19 had over them. And then from then on, it's just been close the whole time until LARP got caught out by Code 80, where the number 19 capitalised on that. Built up their current lead. It was up at 90 seconds. Alan Terzic in the number 44 has done his best to try and close that down as much as possible. It's now at 46 seconds as they finish the race. It's there on the final lap. But has been an insane race, the Spa-Francorchamps. Obviously the first of many, I hope, special events for Virtual SimRacing Association. And I just want to thank you all for tuning in. It's 2:13 from Bach. Yannick Bach setting a 2:13.6. Yeah, he has. But I do just want to thank you all for coming in and watching this. We have 81 viewers as we finish the race. Started the race with around 160. Which is numbers that I never thought we would see. We've gained almost 100 subscribers over a 24-hour period, and we've seen brilliant racing as well as that throughout the last 24 hours. As Borja Milan starts the final sector of the 24-hour race, we can ride on board with him as there's cars letting him go. Right on board, so finishing lap 597. He's going to come across the line and finish the race in P1 as it seems. And here he comes out of the final corner, and Borja Milan wins the MATOcolori Spa 24 hour in the one ACO number 19 car. Brilliant drive from that team. And here comes Alan Terzic now. So I believe that's Borja Milan. Is he going to do some? He's going to do some donuts. He's definitely just taking his time to turn the traction control off, because we have not seen this car has any sort of wheel spin like this during the race. The TX3 sim drivers has joined them as Alan Terzic comes through the final chicane to join him on the podium in second place. And there's our other podium position car just behind in Colin Spork. Brilliant race from everyone that's managed to finish as Alan Terzic crashes and reverses down the pit lane. It's just been a brilliant race, and thank you to everybody who has joined in and got involved. Borja Milan seems to be waiting. Maybe he's waiting for Alan Terzic to possibly say well done. But yeah, well done everybody. So let's have a look at our race results. We have Borja Milan winning along with Alan Terzic in the number 9. Well, Borja Milan winning in the number 19 Monaco car, followed by the 44 LARP Sim Racing. 598 laps completed over a 24-hour period. We did have that small red flag, which maybe without that they could have seen over 600 laps. We then have Colin Spork in the Pescara Edenis ATP car. That car sort of just stuck around in the top 10, didn't really drop too far back, but stayed there. And then the Blackhawk car, the car that qualified P3, looked to have the pace to win the race at the start of the race. They slowly dropped back, but then made their comeback in the second half. Michael Wilson in the Turbo LARP. Just a very consistent race from them guys. Dimitri Busco in the Unison. I'm pretty sure nobody expected them to be this high up when looking at the entry list. They ran second place for a long period of time. And then the Pescara, Germano Zapala, mainly spent most of the time in the outside the top 10 really, and then all of a sudden towards the end of the race he came through and ended up finishing P7. And then have MATOcolori by Seawolf, driven by Michael Wozniak across the line, the number 47. It's a brilliant drive from them as well, just very consistent, as long with the virtual drivers by TX3 in the Aston Martin. And then we have the number 13 core car. Next up, we have James Huber in the Alpestino Force Polonia car, the number 999. Had a very, shall we say, eventful race. 2 penalties at the start dropped them down. Ernest Lappins went from I think it was like 19 up to P7 at the start, and then ending up in P11 after those penalties and a few crashes as well. Number 15 Wayframe, our race leader early on, has ended up P12, followed by Yannick Bock in the 53 Evolution. I don't think anybody thought that these 2 cars would be finishing outside our top 10. And then the ever consistent Omicron Sim Racing team, number 27 in that green Audi, running towards the back throughout the whole race before coming through, just being consistent, winning the Battle of Nutrition. Then have Janka Town, the Seawolf Net Race car. They're running at the front at the start, but has slowly dropped back. Karen Sansano in the Speedy might always been at the back really throughout the race, but ended up DNFing at the end. Paul Reburn, the 67, they've had an eventful race, followed by Dan Hutt in the H2O. Lucas Sarassi in the number 12 Blue Bolt, and then the 888 car, followed by, brought across the line by Cyprian Stoyan. We then have Matthew De Crop, Kieran Sharp, Maximilian Junger coming through, following in position 21, 22 and 23, with the only Porsche in the race, One Move, heading that. We then have the TCS off car, the first of 2, finishing P24, and then the Just Racing car, managing just to bring it home in the end, along with the Eidos car and the Sanford car, all those 3 having very eventful races. And then we have many DNFs after. In fact, we only had, I think, 9 DNFs over the 24-hour period. So congratulations to everyone for finishing the race. And I believe we are going to, I don't know, I feel like we just need to end it there. I just want to say thank you to absolutely everyone. That's not the right screen. Thank you to everyone who has taken part in this race, and thank you to everyone who has subscribed and just tuned in throughout the race at all. It's been tough the last few weeks making sure this is all ready. And I just want to say, first of all, sorry for the red flag and the stream going down overnight. But there was no way I was going to be... Oh, I'm being irate. There was no way that I was going to be able to stay up for the full 24 hours, I'm afraid. So I had to have a small nap, but I was up bright and early to get the stream started again. So thank you, everyone. And make sure to stick around in our Discord for what we have planned going forward. And I hope to see you